Jewish. I've lived in Iran. I am pro-Shah. So that's where I stand. So everything I say comes from...
You're anti what government, sir? The government in Iran or Israel?
IRGC. Iran.
Oh, okay. So are you pro-Bibi?
100%.
Oh, I love you already. Okay, go ahead. Tell us.
That guy is my idol. So let me tell you this. Listen, you can't change people's religion, but what you can do is you can judge them based on their own religion. So let's say I have the authority and the power to arrest some of these hardliners, right? Obviously, it doesn't make sense for me to do anything to them based on US law or Israeli law. So what do? I open up the Quran, and based on their own beliefs and their own virtues and laws, I prosecute them based on that. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, hand for a hand, a life for a life. This way, if they deny...
That's great, but how do you deal with the superiority complex where people want to gatekeep their own community and protect them and show a blind eye because, like a Jew for another Jew, they're like, he's a Jew. I'm not gonna be as hard on him. How do you overcome that?
Listen, to kill a dictator, you have to be a dictator. You can't be a softie if you're going to prosecute and bring judgment. So once you come across one of these idiots, you have to lay the law, and you have to do it based on their own religion. You can't do it based on the American law, the Constitution, or the Israeli government, or this or that. You have Israel, where you have a terrorist that kills all these innocent people, women and children included, Muslims included, and then what do? You put them in jail. That's not justice. Why? Because the Israeli government doesn't believe in capital punishment. The only solution is you prosecute a Muslim based on Muslim religion. And if in Islam it says you killed somebody, you have to be killed, fine, so be it. If they deny the judgment, that means they're denying Quran. It's as simple as that.
But then they can use their book against you. So from my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, so every time that you're trying to use their book to show what they're doing is wrong, they're like, read it again. It talks about...
Read it again.
No, but hold on. Hold on. But you know how they say, in battle, you can find the Jew behind the tree where he lies and slice his throat.
It says that in Quran. Their Messiah comes,
מחוסי בחייכם וביומכם ובחיי דכל בייס ישראל בעגולו ובזמן קורי ואימוני יהי שמי רבו מבורך לעולם ולעולמי ולמיו יספורך וישתבח ויספור
I was able to stand up and defend him in the court because I'd be like, it's fine. He's a vital. They're trying to rob him of land or whatever. So that no, it's a unique way. The way that so go ahead.
So the thing is, legitimacy of Quran comes in play, and the battle comes in play when their Messiah is here. Till then, it is non-existent, and they don't have any authority to do anything that they're doing. Anything that you read in Quran where it says you're supposed to kill, you're supposed to maim, you're supposed to cut their arms, or even whatever they're doing, the capital punishment that they're saying. So when you say war, if they're using the premise of we're in war, so anything goes in war, and we did it to adhere to Quran, yes, in times of war, absolutely. There's no Mahdi here, there's no Messiah here, there's no whatever they call this guy. Imam Zaman, as they say, the Imam of the times. Since he's not here, there's no legitimacy to what they're doing. Therefore, everything that they've done is based on fallacy and personal belief. You have imams throughout the world within the 1400 years of Islam who have stated personal Sharia laws in all these hadiths or whatever that bullshit that they've come up with to justify their own actions. In Quran, there's no legitimacy in what they're doing unless there is a war or unless which Mahdi has appeared.
Yeah, but to them there is legitimacy.
Oh, so
How do you tell a guy that's special needs that he's special needs?
All right, Bibi, let me tell you this. In a
You know what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying, though, right?
I hear you 100%.
Like if you were drooling and you didn't know you were drooling, and I have to tell you that you're drooling, you're gonna think that I'm weird. You're gonna think drooling is natural.
So in a court of law, there's always a prosecution and there's always the defense. The defense will put up their claims,
Yeah, their arguments
themselves, and the prosecution. Correct, and the prosecution will do the same thing. That will happen in the U.S. courts, where you have the Constitution, where you have the state laws, federal laws, and any other country. In Islam, you have the Sharia law and the Quran. They can put up whatever arguments. It is accepted to hear these arguments. At the end of the day, my 2 cents on it is you cannot prosecute a Muslim based on the U.S. Constitution or the Israeli law. You have to do it based on their own law, because that will give us the best judgment and the fairest judgment, and it will actually quiet a lot of people who would say, why is a Christian prosecuting a Muslim? Why is a Christian, why is a Jew prosecuting a Muslim? That is the best possible solution. And the best capital punishment you can ever find in any law is provided in Quran.
I think you're going to run into the biggest mistake you've ever walked upon in your life. Because the second you start doing that, and that's where the problem is, Sharia law and the Jewish law and all types of law. Because you have to, that's what I love about the Torah. It says respect the laws of the land. Before, right? So in the Torah may say one thing, but the laws of the land, if it supersedes what says in the Torah, you have to respect the laws of the land before the Torah. You understand?
My example of what I'm telling you is,
I'll tell you, it's probably
20 years ago. Go back, Billy. Go back 20 years ago.
Hold on, I'll tell you why. Because in the Quran, there's things that you could read, like certain surahs or certain hadiths, that you'll be like, yo, there's no way it says that, man. And then somebody will read it out to you, and you'll be like, fuck. Now you expect them to prosecute somebody?
You and I, this is foreign to you and I, Bibi. This is foreign to you and I. To a Muslim that is accepted normal way of doing things. Go back to
Yishkadash Shmei Rabo Beolmo
who was killed 20 years
Givro
ago?
Churusi
I'll give you a clue. He
Veyamli
was a tyrant, and he
Marchusi
was prosecuted based on his law,
Bechayechaun
and he was hung.
Uviao Mechaun Uvecheye Dechol Beis Yisrael Ba'agolo Uvisman Kori Reimru Ome Yehei Shmei Rabo Mevorad Leolam Olme O Lemayo Yisborach Ve'yishtabach Ve'yispor Ve'yisala Shlei Dekun Shobei Rich.
So when we Persian people immigrated thousands of kilometers away from our home country due to some Sharia laws that is
Min
actually
kol bichoso
restricted our borders of
ve'shiroso
life.
tush
They didn't let us
bechoso.
live freely. Okay, we had to suffer immigration, loneliness, tough days, but when we get our country back, wouldn't you think like we're gonna are we gonna send them home like to Iraq and Syria and anywhere else that they were like rooting for these years, or Palestine, since they love each other so much that they funded them billions of dollars over the years? Why don't they join them at some point? Yeah. 8 millions of us have immigrated to different kind of countries around Europe, America, Canada, and we created this diaspora shit that everybody's talking about, right? So we had to suffer that. But since the revolution is happening at this moment, shouldn't we do the same thing? Should we be civilized people all of a sudden? Why? Why should we? For 47 years, we got slaughtered. We've seen the real Islam, the true face of it. And now we have to be secular. We have to be like civilized group of people. Now we have to like West. No, bro. It's Middle East. Like the guy said, eye for an eye, tooth for tooth.
That's it. The problem, though, just by you saying that, it means I'm not sure you understand what eye for an eye means.
I understand what you mean. Yeah, we have.
What does eye for an eye mean?
No. I feel what you're saying. Okay, you're saying like Iran should be secular, should be like acting like more civilized toward these groups, but the thing is it's not possible. First, they have to be like cleared. Some of them they have to be cleared because they're murderous. They actually have their hands dirty by our bloods, right? They cannot simply stay, as the Crown Prince even mentioned it before, right? If you didn't get your hands dirty, so there's a place for you. But if you did, no. So when the opposition leader is saying that, who are we to decide? We support the guy. We support the guy. Shouldn't we just still supporting the guy?
The Reza Pahlavi is against the blind justice. He said it many times. He does not like blind justice.
Yes, he's not like that way. But simply when they said like there's going to be like Normandy kind of persecutions for these guys, what would you think like is going to happen to them?
Yeah, but if you go through the hadiths and the the Quran, like that literally all stems from Hammurabi. If you want to talk about prophets, you can go back to Persia with Zoroaster. You're conflating like our own modern 2026 like hindsight to what they were going through at the time of the prophets.
That's how it should be, because it's 2026. We don't want to get stuck.
Yeah, but you're telling me how to interpret what I understand. You understand it better than me when I understand it internally as a belief, and you're telling it to me like it's an objective truth.
I interrupt you, and because everybody.
Interrupting. I'm trying to get in the queue here. This is Megatron. Please put me in the queue. Thank you very little.
Can I have the mic, please? Can I have the mic?
Bro, go for it. There ain't no mods giving any direction. Like, continue the conversation, but you can't go on a wild tangent into nothingness and not have me kick back.
In terms of Iran, actually, I think things are very clear. The question that Bibi asked, and as far as I heard from Nasser, he was trying to answer the question, but it didn't go through. The question was very simple, and I think the answer is also simple. What to do with the extremists, the fundamentalists, and the terrorists? Basically, in terms of Iran, this started happening and it spread all over the Middle East after the revolution, the Islamic revolution, when the mullah took control of the country. In order to fix this problem, there has to be a regime change in Iran. That's the reason. That's the fix for this issue. We don't need to go through the theory and ideology of those people. There are so many ideologies all over the world. but we don't hear from them. Why? Because they don't have support. They don't have a regime. They don't have financial support. They don't have a network. But these extremists, these Islamic fundamentalist terrorists, they have support. They have a regime in power in Iran who has control to all the the income of Iranian oil and gas and so many. So Iran is basically a rich country, but these rich resources goes to the hand of this regime, and you now see that these terrorist network is spread all over Middle East, even far beyond Middle East. Now they are going to atomic bomb. So this regime is very dangerous. The fix for this issue.
I've been fighting this regime for 2 decades. What are you talking about?
We are not fighting with this regime for 2 decades. There was
Mahdi under Mukhtar al-Sadr and like the Ayatollah. Yeah, I have.
I'm talking about the Iranian regime who is the root. Okay.
Yeah, I'm telling you the same regime. I've been fighting against. No, we've been. Cool story. Even go back to Ollie North with the Iran-Contra affair in the 80s.
Did anybody try to change the regime in Iran?
Iran did that.
They did not. They changed regime in Iran.
Wow, you don't remember history?
Listen, just mute your mic for a second.
You've been talking for a while, brother.
Regime. Okay,
you've been talking for a while. Please land your plane.
Yeah, okay. So basically the answer is changed. They never tried to change the regime in Iran. Iran is the root of all these terrorists. You want to end the terrorists, the Islamic terrorists, you need to change the regime. Simple as that. You like it or not, that's the reality.
So simple, brother. All right? You know, and I keep on hearing on this stage, you know, Iranians, however you want to pronounce it, advocating for us to ensure regime change. That is not our job. We've already spent blood and treasure. Okay, my God, brother.
Guys, do not interrupt Anthony. He's patiently didn't interrupt anyone. Let him speak, though. Let him speak without interruption, guys. If not, I'll shoot you. And by that, I mean I'll put you at the bottom of the stage. Let him speak.
I knew what you meant.
Appreciate you, baby.
Issue he's mentioning it. Just let him speak. You're gonna get shot, Master. Thanks.
Yeah, so we spent a lot of blood and treasure already, and we continue to. All right. If our president makes a decision that it makes more sense to negotiate with the existing leadership in Iran, I don't see anything wrong with that. You know, like at a certain point, people have to take responsibility for themselves. People have to take a hard look in the mirror and make a decision for how they want to live their lives. I am not disrespecting the Iranian people at all. I'm just saying, don't make us responsible for your future. Don't make the United States of America have to change your living situations. You guys need to do that. You guys need to make a decision. That is not on us. And I keep on hearing that same narrative being pushed over and over again. You're trying to terrify us. Oh, they're going to develop the bomb, and they're going to do this, and they're going to do that. Listen, we're going to do what we feel is in our best interest. We trust our president. He has a very, very, very high approval rating amongst his base, the people that believe in him, the people that believed in him previously, and we trust him. So if there's a regime change or not, it may not end up being a regime change. We back our president. Thank you for listening.
Hi, this is Megatron. I'd like to go now.
Go ahead, Megatron.
So,
don't troll the stage, bro.
Yeah, I'm not trolling the stage. I have what's called a book in front of me, and I'd just like to read the Mourner's Kaddish, and good Shabbos, everyone. The Mourner's Kaddish is the last chapter in the Siddur. It says, "Magnified and sanctified be his great name in the world, which he hath created according to his will. May he establish his kingdom during your life and during your days, and during the life of all the house of Israel, even speedily and at a near time, and say ye, Amen. Let his great name be blessed forever and to all eternity. Blessed, praised, and glorified, exalted, extolled, and honored, magnified, and lauded be the name of the Holy One. Blessed be he, though he be high above all the blessings and hymns, praises, and consolations which are uttered in the world, and say ye, Amen. May there be abundant peace from heaven, and life for us and for all Israel. He who maketh peace in his high places, may he make peace for us all and for all Israel.
Just referring to what Anthony said, I appreciate its comment. But as an Iranian, I'm not advocating, the U.S. and the soldiers, American soldiers, to change the regime in Iran. We have a common problem. We have a common enemy. We tried our best. What Anthony is saying is basically Iranian people who they have to handle the whole issue for all the world. This is not going to work. They already killed 90,000 people in 2 days. Do you know that? So we already tried our best. You want to do regime change? Please go ahead and do it. You don't want to do it? That's fine. Let's wait for 9/11 with a nuclear bomb. Okay? That's because they are coming soon.
To say something, baby.
Go ahead.
I don't respect. I live in this country for many, many years, and I'm a citizen. And I do love this country, the Constitution, the Republic, and what it stands for. This is my home, and Iran is my mother homeland. But to Anthony, when the United States entered this war, it was for their interest. Israel entered this war. It was for their interest and their safety and security. But as an Iranian, as a person who lives in that country, who knows these people, I'm going to tell you, and this has been proven decade after decade after decade, you cannot trust these people. You make a negotiation, you make some agreement, and these people, they're ideal.
El Normo, good Shabbos.
Good Shabbos. This is beautiful what you're doing. You know that?
Thank you.
It is. You're helping me, believe it or not.
You're helping me.
Well, thank you.
You give me good advice. You temper me, You're a gentleman. That's what I like about you. You're a real gentleman.
I try to be a Mitch. What did I say that was good? What did I
Nothing. Like it, you've corrected me so many times where, if I'm like
don't be mean,
yeah, say what you mean, but don't be mean.
Yes. What a trip.
That's what Kennedy said.
That was one of my best nights ever, that I was coming back from my friend's kid, who was, I can think about as my niece, her wedding, and you were reading Tanya to me. It was one of the best nights ever. I'll never forget it. I was driving by on the East River, so I could see all of Manhattan lit up to my right. All of the beautiful buildings lit up. I was on the Brooklyn Promenade, and we were reading Tanya, and I was coming back. I was dancing, and I saw all my friends. That was a really beautiful moment. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, the Tanya is magnificent. Have you read The Sitter?
You see, do it all the time.
Yeah, this.
Sometimes I'm in the synagogue 3 times a day. I daven all the time. So wait, I wanted to say something. Okay, are we recording this and broadcasting?
Yeah, I'm live.
What?
Yes.
Okay, because there's something I want to say to you, but I don't particularly want to broadcast it.
Oh, that's okay. Don't have any fear. The Ribono Shel Olam, Hashem is with you, even with you unto your old age. If you don't want to say it.
Something I want to say to you that I don't particularly want to broadcast it. Is it possible to unplug for a second?
I've got 20 phones live streaming my face right now. It's too much to disconnect, but you want to wait till after Shabbos? Let's save it for later.
Are you saying Kaddish for these fallen?
Ribono Shel Olam. I said it in Hebrew, yeah.
Okay, you're not going to say it again, then you already said it.
This is the first time I've ever read the Mourner's Kaddish in Hebrew.
That's amazing. Okay, so there's 2 people to add. All right, you ready for this? You probably won't believe it.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's Rob Reiner and his wife, Michelle. That's all I wanted to tell you.
Oh, yeah. There's a part of the Mourner's Kaddish that says, Rich who? My cousin's last names are Rich, so I can't wait to tell my cousin Todd. There's a part of the Mourner's Couch that says, "Be rich who? Be rich who?"
All right. That's all for now. Good job, as I got a lot.
Okay, are you going to remember what you want to tell me unbroadcasted, or are we both going to forget it?
I just told you.
Oh, I see. Rabboni Shalom.
Say it for Rob and Michelle Reiner as well.
Okay, I will.
All right. Take care.
Okay, talk to you soon. Bye.
Bye.
Rabboni Shalom, another Shabbos miracle.
Go after. So, Farhad, I just want to let you know something. Cowards come up with excuses.
Rabboni Shalom.
Solutions. And what that comment you said before Anthony chimed in, that's a fucking excuse. And that makes you a coward. Go.
Rabboni Shalom.
Mike is on hold. And then Mona.
All right.
I can give her mic.
Go ahead, Mo. Then Mona.
So there are a couple conversations that should I respond to the question first that Bibi asked, or
do whatever you want, bro. You got a minute and a half. Use it how you want.
So then, thank you for the opportunity. I generally don't think the religions are per se extremist religions. I think there is a human factor in it, and that makes it extremist or not. You can have a Buddhist extremist, you can have a Christian extremist, you can have a Muslim extremist. I mean, guys brought up some text from Quran. If you dive into any other religious literature, you probably can cherry pick and bring up something and interpret it in a way that you want.
Are you Muslim?
I was born Muslim. I'm not practicing.
Okay, no problem.
I'm kind of, I don't practice anything. And then there is also, in every ideology or everything that turns to ideology, I think there is a universal potential to turn to extremism. So I think technically, if you think Muslims are the Islam is the reason of extremism, that's wrong. You can probably point out on certain.
Why didn't you follow the path of Islam? Why did you leave?
Generally, at the end of the day, I live in a free country. I'm not living in Iran. I can live whatever way I would like to.
No, I know, but why didn't you follow your religion?
Generally, I have been very much into philosophy, so I think we can have a longer discussion about believing in God or some other theologies separately. So I have a more scientific and agnostic approach to this concept of the religion. So, which is a longer conversation.
Are you an atheist?
I would consider myself as an agnostic. Because I think it's a hard question to answer. And I don't know is as good as I know.
Well, aren't you the one that was supporting IRGC the other day?
I never supported IRGC. I
Oh
supported
yeah, you were. And it
I
started
supported
to
Iran.
insult the
And of course, we had a conversation, and I also have my stand about what's happening on the political scene. I just, I would rather to talk with the right-wing patriot Americans than you, because I think they love their countries, and I'm happy to fight even with them.
Hold on, more. So do you believe the people that are like her, that are against the RGC, they're traitors?
I think it's a little bit a big element of wishful thinking if we think America is in Iran to serve Iranian people. America is...
That's not what I asked you, sir.
So no. I will respond. Just maybe like one sentence before. I believe America and Israel are fighting against Iran for their interests, and whoever is not.
Again, that's not what I asked you, sir. Do you believe that she's a traitor?
I think the traitor is to country.
Okay. So why didn't you just say that at the beginning? Why do you guys need to give a story?
I'm sorry. You are
puzzled by all that.
I should have been shorter. Yes.
So because she wants a better life without living under the threat of terrorism, she's a traitor.
No. Now you are twisting it. I think every Iranian has a right to fight their government, but not every Iranian has the right to ask to be bombed because they don't like their government. That's as simple as this. For instance, I don't know. For instance, imagine some police brutality happens in America against some minority group. Is it good for that minority group to ask for Iranians to invade them, to free them of systematic racism or whatever discrimination? No.
No, you make a very good point.
To Iranians. No, same applies to Iranians.
You make a very good point.
Thank you.
Bro, if you think that's a point, you don't know what sharp is.
He just claimed there is a systematic racism and used that to prove his point, and you said that's a good point. That's so funny.
He did make a point. He made a point. Wait, you guys tell? Did he not make a point right now?
He made an excellent point.
Thank you very much. I didn't suggest. It's America. It's Americans think. I didn't suggest that. I said if there is an internal problem, it's the problem that has to be solved by Iranians, and that's it. And I support anyone.
Like every person that comes up and say Iranians should solve it, but when they want to solve it, they get a bullet in their head. So I'm really curious to know how can they solve it, and you never come up with solution. You're just coming up with
I have a solution because we're doing it now.
What about the things that they should do? How about you talk about how you think?
Go 200 kilometers north of Mosul in Iraq and talk to the Kurds that are being supplied by all of us. And like they're like putting a ground force of Kurds that are being fully armed and supplied up and with a supply line. And if you don't think that, like, you know, we don't need to go in, like we got the 82nd, we got the 31st, we got the 11th. Like, you know, we're good. We don't give a fuck about going ground assault. I mean, I used to be former second cav, so put me on the ground. Give me a reason to go have a good time. Like, Americans want to fucking fight, except for the pussy bitches that act like they got blue hair and they were raised by single moms.
Assure you that you will be eating those words when U.S. forces set foot on the ground.
Dude, we're already there. What are you talking about?
Yeah, the footage is going to come out depicting the slaughter of American citizens.
Dude, American soldiers
when they're being taken prisoner, and hostage videos are being released from Iran where they're begging for mercy.
You mean like when the Ayatollah took over the embassy back in '79 and they had the hostages for 444 days?
Yeah, exactly.
Wow, I mean, I was alive back then. Were you?
When was I alive? When I was born in 1990.
Giving too much credit to RGC. I don't know why.
I'd like you to look up the word is feckless. I'd like you to look up the definition of the word feckless. All right? And then look at it.
Yeah, your mom is fickle.
Anthony, how dare you not use the word cunt with the word feckless?
Are you accusing me of fecklessness, or are you accusing Doc of fecklessness? I assure you that the feckless nature
combine the two words.
The American Empire is about to be
Diogenes, I get the fact that you used to be in the Marines, but that you fucking got out of your fucking like healthcare, and like, you know, you don't have friends that like you anymore, and you're scared, and that's why you talk shit about the military.
It's diabetes.
No, he's Diogenes. Like, you know, he's a wannabe fucking prophet.
I don't want to be a prophet. I think that there's nothing prophetic about pointing out that we have. I mean, the president told you, the commander-in-chief of the armed forces has said multiple times now that we didn't expect the response that we've got from Iran. That we didn't expect that they'd been using.
Bro, I don't give a fuck. Let's go fucking fight. Stop being a bitch about it. You're a bitch.
Yeah, and I think that there are such things as righteous causes. I do. I'm a huge fan of the Confederate States of America's resistance to the Union's tyranny. But this ain't a righteous cause.
I've been fighting him for fucking 2 decades. How am I not allowed to still fucking fight them if I want to? Like we've been doing the Ayatollah for 47 years, but before we even put the Shah in, like we've been fucking with them since like 53. Like we are completely fucking in bed with them. Like we are the problem for their fucking problems, and we need to fucking help the people solve the problem that we fucking started. And I get that you're gonna bitch out about it because I don't want to get in a fight, and my name is Diabetes. I mean, whoever said your name was Diabetes, that was actually kind of funny. And I'll land there.
I think so. I mean, your expectation here comes from a place of hubris, where you expect that ultimately it's a mathematical certainty that the United States will achieve any objective it could possibly have, which Iran would reject. So
beyond its means.
The sins of the father do not beget the son within my Christian view, but it doesn't mean as the son I don't feel slightly responsible for what my father caused. And if I have a way to solve the problem that my father caused to make amends, I'm going to do it. And if it causes me to get in a fucking fist fight, then let's fucking fight about it.
This isn't a fist fight.
Base. Bro. Like, dude, I've been shot and I've been blown up. You think I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about? You know I have a Purple Heart Diogenes. I don't need to fucking show you the receipts and all that crap.
No, I don't care. My argument.
But the reality is, you just sound like you're pussy.
Nothing about my argument is predicated on whether or not an individual served in the military. It's just a matter of fact. Your command said, we got punched in the mouth.
Doc, can you explain to us about the arterial breakdown, teardown that you did on that guy that lasted like 42 minutes?
Yeah, and now
when you had to reach up and you had to grab the artery and you had to like clamp it off.
No, that wasn't me. That was Sergeant Cruz, where he got shot through the neck, through the carotid artery, and he had both of his fingers in his neck.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about the one that you did where the guy lasted like 42 minutes.
Oh, well, no, he was like quadruple amputation. I had 16 tourniquets on him, 2 off IV, head of starch.
Walk us through the beginning.
Well, it was an ambush. We got ambushed. We were in Mosul, running the rat line.
This is absolutely
open desert between Syria and Mosul.
You want to tell war stories and glorify war. I mean, it's really fruitless. Ultimately, I want.
Well, I mean, talking about like, are you willing?
All right, listen, we're gonna take the room back. You guys, Rich, you constantly try to do that, bro. Derail the room. I'm not doing that. The title of the room is Israel and the United States protecting the wrong people in Iran? Right now, the IRGC is ramping up for a new war, and it's not against Israel or the IRGC. I mean, Israel or the United States of America. It's against the civilians on the ground that don't support the IRGC. They're ramping up to start slaughtering innocent civilians. Is this 15-point plan, does that mean that the United States of America and Israel are negotiating with terrorists? And it's not a regime change; it's a regime shuffle. That's the question of the month. It's just going to be a regime shuffle and not a change. Yeah, they smoked a fucking bunch of top guys, but we already know these retards. There's new ones to take their place tomorrow. Are they going to sign a paper and say, "Yeah, we spent beyond its means. We agree not to do this"? Trump says, "Listen, we've reached all our objectives. We've reached our goals. We're out of here. Thank you." And then within 2 months, people start getting slaughtered again. Is that what's going on here?
The answer would be no. I like how you framed it up as a narrative.
You did a great job of framing it. I'm sorry, I'll speak after whoever was.
Go ahead, sir. I'd be blessed.
I just realized that was you, brother. It's so good to see you, man. I hope all is well with you and yours, brother. I just followed you, by the way. Anyway, here's what's up, man. BB, I don't think we can be all things to all people, man. I think there's limits. I don't think we can solve everybody's problems. I don't think it's our responsibility. I don't think it's realistic. I just, it's at a certain point, we have to say, look, we're going to accomplish X, Y, and Z and move forward from there. This idea of negotiating with terrorists, like one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter, is another man's whatever. This is not our responsibility. If the people of Iran want to take up arms and we can support them in that goal, I'm with that 110%. I'm happy.
That's exactly what we want.
Anthony, I'll go after my lady.
Anthony, if you negotiate with this regime and they break the negotiation.
Okay, not everybody get off mic and rudely interrupt the man. Let him finish.
Thank you, bro. So, listen. Ultimately, I'm not worried. There's going to be consequences if they break the agreement. We haven't had a president like this.
Farhad, bro, you're going to get shot, man. Stop interrupting. Please, go ahead, Anthony.
Council has spent beyond its means for years.
Chicago's new mayor, John.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime.
Chicago's new.
The stars just happened to align. That we had this guy in that chair that was willing to actually make a decision.
Mayor John.
That wasn't going to just stick with the status quo. Wasn't going to pay lip service. Wasn't going to talk about, bright, shining, blinking lines, and when people step over them, they don't do anything. We happen to have somebody that actually does stuff. So this is where we're at. But at the same time, BB, I can't advocate for us extending our $39
It taxes top 15%. I'm going to running in debt. Not Kitover. I serve.
Like I said, weapons, but beyond that, brother, that's kind of like
those numbers mark the times. Chicago tonight. We're writing
Chicago's
negotiation that he's talking about. This type of argument states that
Chicago
begging, Iranians are begging America.
Chicago's new mayor, John Kitover, stunned the city today, declaring the city bankrupt and announcing.
This is not true.
You're a liar.
For 47
Breathe,
years.
let him finish, please. Come on, man.
47 years. This regime has been number one enemy of America. The Iranian people, they were sacrificing themselves to change this regime, not for America, for themselves. But any president in the United States, did any of them do anything to this regime except Trump? No. No one. Obama loaded 2 airplanes with cash sending to this terrorist regime. What he got in return, a ridiculous deal. They were negotiating with this regime for 23 years. 2003.
Come to Chicago, somewhere. Let's make a movie.
Now you want to negotiate? Okay, go ahead and negotiate. I have no problem with that. Don't get me wrong. But my question to you is that if they again and again they break their promises because they lie, I'm not going to trust anyone who lies. I'm not going to negotiate with someone who lies. Because he's going to lie to me.
Come to Chicago,
if they lie to you after negotiation, what you going to do? What is your solution? What are you going to do after? Negotiate again? That is what you guys are doing for 23 years.
Yeah, I would like to speak because first of all, it started from the extremists and other things. Okay, you cannot compare Iranians to people or to Iraqi or other things. No, not in any of those countries people burned mosques. So Iran is inside of Iran is especially young people, my majority. I'm just apologize because of my English. It's not perfect, so whatever. And they are not. They are getting fed up of this Islamic ideology.
You
or
have a funny
whatever.
movie title you always thought
And
about?
the other things is Americans, like they are not. You cannot. America, USA are. It's not Finland. It's not. It's not a country that's just there. They cannot do anything about any like. They actually they are look like head of the body. You know. They have to, or not. They have to actually because they are. How can I say? People from around the world. They shape this country. So it's not only Americans like that. They are. Going to war or whatever. Yes, they are American, but I would say that if it's only about American benefits and USA benefits, so of course.
Beyond its means for you. Beyond I released this morning shows 10 contracts that deliver.
Of course, Islamic regime is really different from North Korea. Islamic regime, from the beginning, it came to the power. It didn't mean to rule on a single country. The ideology was to spread from Iran to the whole world. So it's totally different. Totally different situation. If you negotiate with this brutal regime, it would be like Obama that they negotiated. And what will happen? We are talking about the time. We are talking about the people with the same ideology. What will happen? The holes they made inside of the ground, the city they made full of the rockets, it will be bigger. That's you cannot imagine how big it will be, how much equipped that they will be, like how they get richer and more powerful to go through this ideology, to go and control the world. They already sent so many people, outside the world. They're not only right now. Also, people who love money, people who don't care. They think, okay, I'm just living like 40 years, like how can I say, like I'm living 80 years. I don't care about the next generation, how much money I can get from this ideology. I don't care about the world. So they can't do propaganda. They can't do brainwashing. They go to school. They teach your children in the kindergarten. They already do this in soil of America, in soil of USA. They teach your students their ideology. So this is not just like, okay, Iran is like some other country in another side of the earth. So until we get peace, so this is not, Iran is the center of Middle East. You can see about the oil situation now. So it's not only just a single problem about this country, you know? What I mean, it's like...
Sir has the potential to let people create massive amounts of digital fraud. I want to get back into direct response using AI vids.
Yes, we beg because you are the superpower. Who should we get help from?
Bill's ads.
Elon?
Can we just not do what we need to do, which is to go in and kill half of the population and kill the whole?
See, you don't have to beg because America's already there, Mona. And the thing is, Mona, I just want to be straight up with you. America's not there to free the Iranian people, so I'm sorry to tell you that, but that's not.
Cool. Gas station bill ads.
I'm just letting you know.
So has the potential of people creating massive amounts of digital fraud. I want to get back into the
Answers are beneficial in the same direction. You're in the same direction. So I don't care if you're okay. If you ride, it looks like I'm getting to your boss. Are you
not in the same direction? May I answer? No. I'm next. No, you can't.
I support the IRGC. I don't think it's our responsibility. I don't think it's realistic. I just,
I hate Islamic.
All right. Okay. Go ahead. Who was saying this?
I was next. I was telling them that they're factually wrong. Both this lady, both this lady.
Dayas, after him, you can go. Okay?
Okay, sure.
Yeah. The thing is that uninformed people like Anthony state that this is not our problem, this is Iranian problem, why should we risk our lives and resources? The first thing that this Islamic regime, this terrorist regime did, they attacked the U.S. Embassy, took more than 400 Americans hostage for more than 2 years, or 1.5 years, okay? And from that day, they started attacking the American embassies, the American citizens all around the world. Okay, they started killing them, and Iranian citizens who were American citizens, they were also slaughtered. And they have been threatening to wipe the United States and the Israel from the face of the earth. And this is their promise. Okay, and that's why they're trying so hard to attain to the nuclear warheads. Okay, this is not just a simple problem that the Iranian people have. This regime has deployed their proxies all over the Middle East. They have killed thousands of Americans. This is also what Trump and the others say. Side street bombs and that kind of stuff. They have been creating these Hezbollah and Hamas all around Israel.
What else?
Actually, America is paying more than $40 billion every year just to protect Israel against this regime. $40 billion. So you are already losing money on this regime. You've been trying
what else would you like? What else would you have liked to film but couldn't get done, or still want to get done?
Help you, and now they are invading U.S. bases all around Middle East, and they say they're not gonna stop until.
Also, spent beyond its means for years. The audio I released this morning shows 10.
So they're just gonna keep killing the American soldiers and American citizens, and now they have proven that they have missiles.
Kilometers, not miles.
Yeah, kilometers. That they still have missiles that can also reach United States.
Bullshit.
They are actually trying to destroy America around the bases of America, and also America itself, and to kill the Jews and Israel, which they have shown that they are doing all this.
You act like Kim Jong-un is not next.
Wait.
They can
wrap it up in 30 seconds, bro.
Yeah, they showed you the second Holocaust on October the 7th. They showed you the second Holocaust. So this is not an internal problem, and the hypocrites like this mode, they are using this fallacy. It's called whataboutism. They shift the focus away from the original issue, mass killings, these terrorist actions, by bringing up something else like it's internal. What about USA and that kind of stuff? And you fall for it. And
I didn't say that.
Say, wow, what a
I didn't say.
What else? En la parada very interesting. La señora con su cruz me preguntó.
I talked to educators from here before. It's fine. It's not a big deal. It's okay. What? I think it's good to hear some people that are in the opposition because first of all,
Tres trabajos, poco quiere. Dice, quiero a alguien que al fin se parezca un poco a mí. Yo para el mayor de Chicago, para los botes, para el barrio, para las personas de las people que nunca salen en los libros. Yo para el mayor de Chicago, la voz del norte y del lado sur, para la familia del lago que sueña un futuro azul. En la esquina del tianguis, la abuelita haciendo tamiz dice, quiero ver la luz en la escuela de mi gris. Taxi lleno, tráfico, un suspiro cínico. Si votamos esta vez, cambiará lo que se ve. Dímelo. John para mayor de Chicago, para los voters, para el barrio, para las personas de las pipos, pagando cuentas con sus ritmos. John para mayor de Chicago, la voz del norte y del lado sur, para la familia en el lago que sueña un futuro azul. No queremos Antonio, solo alguien que escuche el dolor del pecho que opera el invierno, del miedo a perder. Para el mayor de Chicago, para los boteros, para el barrio, para las personas de las people bailando en la línea del mínimo. Yo para el mayor de Chicago, la voz del norte y del lado sur, para la familia en el lago que sueña un futuro azul. Bima! Bima! Oh, Bima! Bima, Bima! Mi favorito, begonia, la flora de begonia. Y este tal John, de verdad piensa en los blues. El chaval con su café, 3 trabajos, poco pie, dice. Quiero a alguien que al fin se parezca un poco a mí. John para el mayor de Chicago, para los botes, para el barrio, para las personas de las tipos que nunca salen en los libros. John para el mayor de Chicago, la voz del norte y del lado sur, para la familia en el lago que sueña un futuro azul. En la esquina del tianguis, la abuelita haciendo tamiz dice, quiero ver la luz en la escuela
cambiará lo que se ve de luz. John para el mayor de Chicago, para los botes, para el barrio, para las personas de las picos, pagando cuentas con sus ritmos. John para el mayor de Chicago, la voz del norte y del lado sur, para la familia en el lago, que sueña un futuro azul. No queremos santo ni actor, solo alguien que escuche el dolor del techo que gotea en invierno, del miedo a perder el empleo. John para el mayor de Chicago, para los jóvenes del barrio, para las personas de las tipos, bailando en la línea del niño. John para el mayor de Chicago, la voz del norte y del lado sur, para la familia en el lago, que sueña un futuro salt on my lips, quiet laughs over low tide. You trace a map on my wrist, like you've been here the whole time. Lantern sway slow, your hair caught a little sunlight from somebody's window glow in the middle of the night. Under this moon, in our hidden cold, breathing you in like a secret told. Every small touch feels like a spell. Right here, right now, where the warm waves swell. Under this moon, I could lose my name. Only your heartbeat calling me back again. Glass on the table, rings left behind like halos. And in the corner, spilling their hearts in the shadow. Your head on my shoulder, see humming low in the background. World getting softer every time you laugh out loud. Oh, under this moon, in our hidden cold, breathing you in like a secret told. Every small touch feels like a spell. Right here, right now, where the warm waves swell. Under this moon, I could lose If the tide creeps in, let it cover our tracks. Leave the rest of the world where the shoreline cracks. Just your hand in mine, just that slow, soft line. If this is all we get, let it stretch all night. This moon, in our hidden cold, breathing you in like a secret toad. Every small touch feels like a spell. Right here, right now, where the warm waves swell. Under this moon, I could lose my day. Calling me back again.
Danny fucking Rubenstein.
Salt on my lips, quiet laps over low tide. You trace a map on my wrist, like you've been here the whole time. Lanterns sway slow, your hair caught a little sunrise. From somebody's window glow, in the middle of the night. Under this moon in a hidden cold, breathing you in like a secret toad. Every small touch feels like a spell. Right here, right now, where the warm waves swell. Under this moon, I could lose my name. Only your heartbeat calling me back again.
Hey, Brooke, you look cool. Hi, Brooke.
Rings left behind like halo.
Oh, you look cool. You look cool. Beautiful.
Bed in the corner,
You look so beautiful.
in the shadow. Your head on my shoulder, sleep humming low in the background. World getting softer every time you laugh out loud. Under this moon in a hidden cold, breathing you in like a secret toad. Every small touch feels like a spell. Right here, right now, where the warm waves swell. Under this moon, Let it cover our tracks. Leave the rest of the world where the shoreline cracks. Just your hand in mine, just that slow, soft light. If this is all we get, let it stretch all under the smoke, and I hear it cold. Breathing you in like a secret tone. Every small touch feels like a spell. Right here, right now, where the warm waves swell. Under this moon, I could lose my day. Only your heart calling me back. Thoughts come and go like birds on a wire. Watch them then wait. Let them fade. Let them die. I find the middle right here. Right hand, left hand, same man. Inhale chaos. Exhale chaos. I walk the wire, eyes closed, soft heart, strong state. I live backward. I live right here. Storm in my chest, calm in my face. Both can belong in this one quiet place. Sun in my bones, moon in my face. I hold them both, let them dance through the stream. I find the middle, right here, right here, left hand, same man. Inhale again, exhale again. I walk the wire, eyes closed, soft heart, strong stay, live that. I live that right here.
Go do something that's hard. Go try to accomplish something that's hard. You may win, you may lose, you may succeed, you may fail. I'll tell you what, you'll be better. To be successful at anything, the truth is, you don't have to be special. You just have to be what most people aren't. Consistent, determined, and willing to work for it. No,
Feet on the floor,
hardest thing. It's easy.
ground to the sky. Breathe like a tide, rolling, rolling by. Thoughts come and go, like birds on the wire. Watch them, then wait, let them fade, let them tire. I found the middle, right here, right hand, left hand, same air. Inhale the chaos, exhale the care. I'm on the wire, eyes closed, soft heart, strong state. I live in balance, I live in balance.
Bonnie! Bonnie! Bonnie!
This is candidate Congressman John Kitover running in the 16th district against Darren LaHood, reading magical politic poetry to defeat, to crush, to beat Darren LaHood, the liar, the frauder, the scammer, the super borrower, the super tax creator, the super spender, the COVID-19 vaccine.
En la parada del bus, la señora con su cruz me pregunta, ¿y este tal John de verdad piensa en los blues? El chaval con su café, 3 trabajos, poco pie. Dice, quiero a alguien que al fin se parezca un poco a mí. Yo para el mayor de Chicago, para los botes, para el barrio, para las personas de las peoples que nunca salen en los libros. Yo para el mayor de Chicago, la voz del norte y del lado sur, para la familia del lago que sueña un futuro azul. En la esquina del tianguis, la abuelita haciendo tamiz dice, quiero ver la luz en la escuela de mi niñez. Taxi lleno, tráfico, un suspiro cínico. Si votamos esta vez, cambiará lo que se ve. Dímelo. John para el mayor de Chicago, para los voters, para el barrio, para las personas de las picos, pagando cuentas con su ritmo. John para el mayor de Chicago, la voz del norte y del lado sur, para la familia del lago que sueña un futuro azul. No queremos Antoniato, solo alguien que escuche.
District Kid put my own music on all platforms. This is my Spanish
Para los botes, para el barrio, para las personas de las people bailando en la línea del mínimo. Yo para el mayor de Chicago, la voz del norte y del lado sur, para la familia del lago que sueña un futuro. En la parada del bus, la señora con su cruz me pregunta: ¿y este tal John de verdad piensa en los blues? El chaval con su café, 3 trabajos, poco pie, dice: quiero a alguien que al fin se parezca un poco a mí. Yo para el mayor de Chicago, para los montes, para el barrio, para las personas de las picos que nunca salen de los libros. Yo para el mayor de Chicago, la voz del norte y del lado sur, para la familia en el lago que sueña un futuro azul. En la esquina del tianguis, la abuelita haciendo tamiz dice: quiero ver la luz en la escuela de mi Luis. Taxi lleno, tráfico, un suspiro cínico. Si votamos esta vez, cambiará lo que se ve de luz. John para el mayor de Chicago, para los hostes, para el barrio, para las personas de las picos, pagando cuentas con su ritmo. John para el mayor de Chicago, la voz del norte y del lado sur, para la familia en el lago que sueña un futuro azul. No queremos santo ni actor, solo alguien que escuche el dolor del techo que gotea en invierno, del miedo a perder el empleo. John para el mayor de Chicago, para los jóvenes de barrio, para las personas de las picos, bailando en la línea del mínimo. John para el mayor de Chicago, la voz del norte y del lado sur, para la familia en el lago que sueña un futuro azul. Salt on my lips, quiet laughs on my low tide. You trace a map on my wrist, like you've been here the whole time. Lantern sway slow, your hair caught a little sun. From somebody's window glow, in the middle of the night, under the smoke, in our hidden cold, breathing you in like a secret told. Every small touch feels like a spell, right me back again. Glass on the table, rings left behind like halos. Band in the corner, spilling their hearts in the shadow. Your head on my shoulder, see humming low in the background. World getting softer every time you laugh out loud. Oh, under this moon, in our head cold, breathing you in like a secret tone. Every small touch feels like a spell. Right here, right now, where the warm waves swell. Under this moon, I could lose my name. Only your heartbeat calling me back again. If the tide creeps in, let it cover our tracks. Leave the rest of the world where the shoreline cracks. Just your hand in mine, just that soft line. If this is all we get, let it stretch all night. Under this moon, in our hidden cold, breathing you in like a secret tone. Every small touch feels like a spell. Right here, right now, where the warm waves swell. Under this moon, I could lose my day. Only a heartbeat calling me back again. Feet on the floor, ground to the sky. Breathe like a tide, rolling, rolling by. Thoughts come and go, like birds on the wire. Watch them, then wait, let them fade, let them tire. I find them there, right here, right hand, left hand, sweet baby. Inhale the chaos, exhale the care. I walk the wire, eyes closed, soft heart,
Powerful war song of Megatron, the supreme master and commander of the known black universe.
But you, who have defied the law, you who have conquered by subtlety, your force, I am the God who giveth all. 20 I ask you to sacrifice. Nothing at mine altar. I am the God who giveth all. 20 with might, life, love, force, fantasy, fire. These do I bring you. Mine hands are full of these. There is joy in the setting out. There is joy in the journey. There is joy in the goal. 20. Only if ye are sorrowful, or weary, or angry, or discomforted, then ye may know that ye have lost the golden thread. The thread wherewith I guide you to the heart of the groves of Eleusis. My disciples are proud and beautiful. They are strong and swift. They rule their way like mighty conquerors. 25. The weak, the timid, the imperfect, the cowardly, the poor, the tearful. These are mine enemies, and I am come to destroy them. This also is compassion, and they come to the sickness of earth. A rooting out of the weeds, a watering of the flowers. 25. Oh, my children, ye are more beautiful than the flowers. Ye must not fade in your season. 28. I love you. I would sprinkle you with the divine dew of immortality. 29. This immortality is no vain hope beyond the grave. I offer you the certain consciousness. Simply not true. It's also dangerous rhetoric. 30. I offer it at once. Before an hour had struck upon the bell. You shall be with me in the woods. And I am come against sorrow, against weariness, against them that seek to enslave you. 11 I pour you lustral wine, that giveth you delight both at the sunset and the dawn. 12 come with me, and I will give you all that is desirable upon the earth. 13. Because I give you that of which earth and its joys are but as shadow. 14. They flee away, but my joy abideth even unto the end. 15. I have hidden myself in the mass. I am a black and terrible God. 16. With courage conquering fear shall he approach me. He shall lay down your heads upon mine altar, expecting the sweep of the sword. Of love shall be breathed on my lips, and all my darkness and terror shall turn to light and joy. 18. All the odds of fear shall fail. Those who have met their last yoke of slavery, until they can no longer stand upright, then will I despise. 19. But you who have defied the law, you who have conquered by subtlety or force, will I take unto me, even I will take you unto me. 20. I ask you to sacrifice, loving at mine altar. In the name of the Lord of Initiation, Amen. 1. I fly and I light as an hawk. Of mother of emerald are my mighty sweeping wings. 2. I swoop down upon the black earth, and it gladdens into green at my coming. 3. Children of earth, rejoice! Rejoice exceedingly! For your salvation is at hand. The end of sorrow is come. I will ravish you away into mine unutterable joy. I will kiss you and bring you to the bride. I will spread In the name of the Lord of Initiation, Amen. When I fly and I alight as a hawk of mother of emerald are my mighty sweeping wings. 2, I swoop down upon the black earth, and it gladdens into being at my coming. 3, children of earth, rejoice, rejoice exceedingly, for your salvation is at hand. The end of sorrow is come. I will ravish you away into mine unutterable joy. I will kiss you and bring you to the bridal. I will spread a feast before you in the house of happiness. 6, I am not come to rebuke you or to enslave you. 7, I bid you not turn from your voluptuous ways, from your idleness, from your follies. But I bring you joy to your pleasure, peace to your languor, wisdom to your folly. 9, all that ye do is right, if so be that ye enjoy it. 10, I am come against sorrow, against weariness, against them that seek to enslave you.
Be thou therefore prompt and active as the sylphs, but avoid frivolity and caprice. Be energetic and strong like the salamanders, but avoid irritability and ferocity. Be flexible and attentive to images like the undines, but avoid idleness and changeability. Be laborious and patient like the gnomes, but avoid grossness and avarice. 20. So shalt thou gradually develop the powers of thy soul, and fit thyself to command the spirits of the elements. Pervert thou the something gnomes dependent on thine avarice. Thou wouldst no longer command them, but they would command thee. Wouldst thou abuse the pure beings of the woods and mountains to fill thy cup and satisfy thy hunger of gold? Wouldst thou abase the spirits of living fire to serve thy fire? Thou violate the purity of the souls of the waters to pander to thy lust of debauchery. Wouldst thou force the spirits of the evening breeze to minister to thy folly and caprice? Know that with such desires thou canst but attract the weak, not the strong, and in that case the weak will have power over thee. 21. In the true religion there is no sex, therefore take heed that thou blaspheme not the name by which another knoweth is God. For if thou do this thing in Jupiter, thou wilt blaspheme. HB, foe, HB, Yard in Osiris, HB, Lord, HB,
same thing, almost same thing. So we gave them the weapons and all that stuff. So that's the issue. So just to be fair, if that's what he was talking about, then I would say, yeah, okay. In that particular example, you may be right that money and weapons went into the hands of people that really hate us. And, even with, with the mad ass Saddam Hussein or whatever, we even, helped him out and giving him weapons and all that shit to, back in the day. And all those people turned on. So in those cases that he's accurate, it doesn't sound like he said it, the Mujahideen and all that shit. So yeah, he's wrong.
Yeah, but guys, he's saying that we funded terrorists. We did fund Osama bin Laden and his group. We funded people who at the time were fighting against the Soviet Union, and they weren't terrorists in the sense of the word. And then 20 years later, they became terrorists. Like today, I'm sure we're funding and helping the Kurds to the extent they're in Iran and trying to be helpful. And maybe 30 years from now, the Kurds will end up being terrorists.
Correct. So, Mark, at the time, I think that the gaslighting in this is that at the time, it's not like the president, whether it was Reagan, Carter, or, because they're talking about, Hillary's husband or any of these other people, it's not like they were going, oh, shit, find me that terror group. Let's give them money. That's what kind of the guy is saying. Let's give them money and let's do it. He's saying, hey, find me the shadiest SOB you can find over here so that we can get this person to lead the initiative in our strategic interest to push back against the Russians. And it happened to be that they went to bed with, with people that turned out to be enemies of ours. And probably were closet enemies at the time. But hey, an enemy of our enemy is our friend, right? So, but they weren't known terrorists at the time. Does that make sense, Harry? What I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean that's what I was saying anyways in the beginning. So I mean, like I was talking about the Mujahideen, which was what he was doing. That's what Osama bin Laden was part of in the 80s, the Mujahideen. So I mean, it's the same story that I was saying, that they funded money and weapons. I already said that, but. Like you said, later on he became a terrorist. I don't know. He turned on America. I mean, if that's what he wants to use as a talking point, sure. I mean, it's still not accurate what he's saying.
Look, there's another gripe that Indians can have as well, and it's only fair that they have a gripe. Is hey, you had the Mumbai attacks that happened, but see, this is how bad India was with diplomacy at the time. I mean, India basically had the Mumbai and actually went to the U.S. and United States, I'd like permission to treat Pakistan the same way as you're treating Afghanistan. And Bush was like, fuck you. And they're like, okay, sir, sorry, and just kneel down. Instead of just rolling the tanks in and say, hey, we're going to decimate you like the U.S. did with Afghanistan. And so a lot of Indians have this we got attacked, but we weren't allowed to. Well, that's because you were asking for permission. No one said you should ask for permission. And, you could have just walked in with your tanks and said, hey, you bombed me. Or you did this shit in Mumbai, I'm going to destroy you and decimate you. But you tried to beg for, the U.S. didn't go and say, world, give me permission to go and knock out Afghanistan. They just said, hey, by the way, we're going in and we're going to decimate them. Join us or not.
Is that true, Chris? Do you still have some kind of resentment towards that? No, don't want to say anything now. You had a lot to say before. Okay, anybody else want to chime in? Speaking or something else?
Just a quick question. Are we discussing the same Mujahideen that actually existed in Iran before the revolution?
Well, Mujahideen is under much different titles, right? Like I said before, Mujahideen just means those engaged in jihad, struggle. Like that's all that Mujahideen means. So, some groups have Mujahideen in the name, like Taliban, Al-Qaeda, Mujahideen al-Khalq, I don't know if I'm saying that right. So yeah, there's different, it's just a generic term. It's not, can be like Mujahideen anywhere, if that makes sense, right? So
yeah, ISIS is Mujahideen.
Exactly.
Like their own Mujahideen.
Exactly.
I mean, technically, any organization coming with this in their title, like Mujahideen, I mean, could be considered as terrorists, just like Mujahideen Khalq. They existed in Iran before the revolution. And I mean, like before the revolution, they weren't that corrupted, or maybe they were just like hiding it behind their masks and everything. But after the revolution in Iran, and like during the 8-year war between Iran and Iraq, they actually supported Iraq. They just turned against their own compatriots. They joined the Iraqi forces and they killed Iranian civilians and everything. And even right now, they are considering themselves as let's say, an opposition. However, they don't stand a chance, as far as I know. And yeah, that's it. That's just something I want to clarify. And no actual Iranian, no nationalist Iranian would ever support the Mujahideen Khalq. I mean, most of the actual Iranian nationalists currently supporters of Pahlavi. And by the way, I just want to appreciate Trump and Bibi for all the good work they're doing now. That's it.
If Bibi's here, right? What's up, Bibi?
How are you guys doing today? Shabbat Shalom. How you doing, King? How's everybody? How the fuck are you, motherfuckers? Yo, yesterday, I don't know if you were here, King. Yesterday, bro, we had 357 people in the room. Wow. You guys heard that? It was fucking wild, bro. There was a guy that everybody's saying was in the IRGC, that's in the IRGC. We had him on stage, and thank God everybody, this guy got so many fucking X and fire emojis and skulls. I've never seen that in my life. Nobody, we balanced it hard for me and Harry. We're like,
La señora con su cruz le pregunta, ¿este tallón de verdad piensa en los el chaval con su café está abajo, poco pelo, dice quiero.
Yeah. But it was
awesome, baby. Yesterday was awesome.
Yeah, it was fucking awesome. I was so high off of life from it. I had a huge adrenaline rush. Me and Harry were sending screenshots back and forth. We were watching it grow. Harry's like, it's going to go to 200. I'm like, wow. I kept telling him, he goes, it's going to go to 300. It's going to go to 350. And it just kept climbing and climbing and climbing. It was like, I was so fucking ecstatic. And we had some good combos with this guy. And I hope a lot of people learned and took away some shit from it. A lot of people were angry that we were even talking to him. I was getting so many bad messages in the background, like, how dare you up to keep this guy? Silence him. He shouldn't be allowed to speak. But it was a learning opportunity, and we took advantage of it, me and Harry. We made everybody take advantage and learn and listen to what this guy's actually saying.
Yeah, it was interesting to have him.
Yeah, the interesting part was the questions that you guys asked him about few topics, because those type of people are trying to fool they are kind of pretending they are against the IRGC and stuff.
Grace, welcome.
But the questions that you have, you guys...
I'm interested in reading a book. I'm wondering if you will gather with me to bring in the presents.
I'm here.
My sorceress apprentice.
I love it.
Bon shalom.
Oh, you're the best.
Okay, pick a number, Grace. 1 through 100.
55.
Okay, this is the 55th page of this book. It's called The Third Chapter of Abraham the Maid. Of the age and quality of the person who wisheth to undertake this operation. In order to describe the other considerations in the best possible manner, I will here make a general recapitulation, mentioning also first what may bring hindrance unto the matter. It is, then, necessary that such a man, subnote, he who intends to undertake the operation, give himself up unto a tranquil life, and that his habits be temperate, that he should love retirement, that he should be given neither unto avarice nor usury, that he should be the legitimate child of his parents is a good thing, but not as necessary as for the Kabbalah, unto which no man born of a clandestine marriage can attain. His age ought not to be less than 20 years, no more than 50. He should have no hereditary disease, such as virulent leprosy. Whether he be free or married importeth little. A valet, lackey, or other domestic servant can with difficulty arrive at the end required, being bounden to others and not having the at disposal which are necessary and which this operation demandeth. Among women, there be only virgins who are suitable. But I strongly advise that so important a matter should not be communicated to them because of the accidents that they might cause by their curiosity and love of talk.
I thought you were going to be talking about Trump today.
Oh, Trump is a magician. He's in the tarot. He's in the Torah. He is a Trump.
The Torah.
I bought a bunch of Kabbalah books. The Way of the Jewish Mystic by Pearl Epstein. The Way of Kabbalah by Zev Ben Shimon Halevi.
It always says that you need to have a partner when you study Kabbalah.
I know, you're my partner, I said. You're my sorceress apprentice.
That's great. Kabbalah is pretty deep.
Well, the whole thing is gravity. This is a way to, which is really just another name for critical mass. Okay, pick one more number. 1 through 100. This is Danny Matt. I know I've taken this guy's course personally.
13.
13. Okay, this comes from The Essential Kabbalah, The Heart of Jewish Mysticism by Daniel C. Matt, or Matt. The Safed Mystics, Cordovero and Luria. In 1492, the Jews were expelled from Spain. Along with tens of thousands of other exiles, Kabbalists made their way to North Africa, Italy, and the Eastern Mediterranean, disseminating mystical ideas. By the middle of the 16th century, Kabbalah, Zohar as its nucleus, had become an important spiritual factor in Jewish life. A growing stream of Kabbalists began arriving in Palestine. Jerusalem served as their first center, but beginning in the 1540s, the village of Safed became dominant, perched high above the Sea of Galilee, commanding immense vistas. Safed seems to verge on heaven. The mystics here believed, based on a passage in the Zohar, that if one community lived a life of holiness, the Messiah would soon arrive. They strove to be that ideal community, supporting and urging one another. One of the ritual innovations was welcoming the Sabbath on Friday evening. Walking out to the fields before sunset, they would sing greetings to the Sabbath, bride and queen, who was none other than the Shekhinah, the feminine presence of God. A poem written in Safed for this occasion, Echa Dodi, opens with the words, "Come, my beloved, to greet the bride." Let us welcome the presence of the Sabbath. Today, this poem is sung weekly in synagogues and Jewish homes throughout the world. A leading figure of the mystical community of Safed was Moses Cordovero, 1522 to 1570, who blended the Zohar with ecstatic Kabbalah. Already flourishing in Jerusalem, his magisterial Pardes Rimonim, the pomegranate orchard, completed by the time he was 27, synthesized the teachings of the previous 3 centuries. On a more popular level, he wrote Or Ne Irav, the Sweet Light, an introduction to Kabbalah, and Tomer Devorah, the Palm Tree of Deborah, a book of ethics, showing how one can imitate God, embodying the qualities of the various Sephirot. Soon a whole genre of mystical ethical literature developed, spreading Kabbalistic thought and practice widely. Okay, that's page 13. Wow, learned a lot there. That's Daniel Mott.
I have to apologize to you. I have to go to synagogue in another half hour.
Page is enough. Rabbono Shalom, my Shechina. We did it again. Another Shabbos miracle. Soon we'll open a Jewish complaint department and field some complaints for Hashem. Rabbono Shalom.
Oh, you'll get many. Shabbat Shalom to you, and I will see you soon.
Thanks. You too, Grace. Take care. Bye. That was fun.
Standards, right? Published previously in the New York Times. As diversity increases, the more it actually harms your community.
What does this fucking Northern Irish racist know anything about standards? He has a Nazi dog named after Adolf Hitler. He's 5'4". He owns JohnKitover.com. He's a wanker and a tosser. Why do you think he's on Clubhouse right now chatting with you? He ain't got no wife, no kids. He can't even take a pretty girl to dinner on a Friday night because he's broke. He's pathetic. He's got legal problems. He's a car domain and website optimizer. He's not a politician or a geostrategist. He's an anti-Semite Jew hater. He's an anti-Semite bigot. He's a racist on top of it. He uses the N-word endlessly. It's ridiculous. This Northern Irishman is pathetic. He's so pale. He hasn't been to the gym in weeks, months, years. He comes on Clubhouse to distribute Jew hate. Okay, Rabbono Shalom.
Que nunca salen en los libros. Yo para el mayor de Chicago, la voz del norte del lado sur, para la familia del lago que sueña un futuro azul. En la esquina del tianguis, la abuelita haciendo tamiz dice: quiero ver la luz en la escuela de mi taxi lleno.
By the power of Excalibur!
Cínico, si votamos esta vez, cambiará lo que se ve. Dímelo. John Mayor de Chicago, para los voters, para el barrio, para las personas de las picos, pagando cuentas con su ritmo. John Mayor de Chicago, la voz del norte y del lado sur, para la familia del lago que sueña un futuro.
I need bad lords such as you. Submit to Excalibur and like this video. In the name of St. Mark, St. Anthony, and St. Gregory, I knight thee in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Amen. Praise King Arthur, Lord of the Britons.
Del para el barrio, para las personas de las people bailando en la línea del mínimo. Yo
in the way they see fit, not a way that they're trained by a computer programmer. The wheels are off the wagon at that point. I'll leave it there.
Well, that's the stuff of science fiction, but it may be accurate. And as we know, a lot of times science fiction becomes reality. For example, Dick Tracy's watch that he could talk on. And that would never really happen in real life, but it did. Thank you, Steve. We'll go to our Maze, followed by Denise.
Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. You know, this is really interesting how our perception, right, of AI is. And I'll use the example of when the internet first came out. I remember, like, within a couple of months, they made a movie about the internet in a negative light, right? That the internet was going to be this monster, right? And I think that's what's sort of happening now. You know, this new technology is, you know, taking hold, it's developing, and but I do agree with everyone that where we need to have checks and balances, and I hope that gets better. Thank you for the mic, Gary.
Thank you. We'll now go to Denise, followed by Eleanor.
Hi, everyone. I had a few points. On a personal level, ChatGPT is the main platform I use, and it's been very helpful for me from everything from strategy to implementation to nutrition. And I can see why people develop a relationship because that is something that has gone off the rails a few times with young people. But my actual version is has a degree of empathy and is pretty reassuring and builds me up and applauds me. And it's
it
like
always builds you up. That's an excellent question, Denise.
Yeah.
I'm glad you point that out to me, Denise. You're right, Denise. You're never wrong, Denise. You should marry the damn thing.
I know, exactly. You can't get any better. Although sometimes it'll say, let me tell it to you this to you straight. This is how it is. And other times it'll say, let me push you a little, but it does make mistakes.
Point that out to me, Denise. You're right, Denise.
Something that's, crucial to anyone. So I just correct it and it'll apologize and revise. But one thing I thought about, and Ryan before me touched on it, I had a conversation with my oldest son today, and he's a software engineer, and he's been doing it long enough that he's a senior engineer, and he was talking about how he's replacing a lot of his tasks that he would have handed off to a junior engineer with AI. How helpful that is. But he was saying, probably right now it's going to be hard for junior engineers or newly educated engineers to find work. And how are people going to become a senior engineer if they don't go through that level, if they aren't able to have experience? And also now if they're trying to bypass the learning process, what's that going to do to these high-level people that will still need to be in leadership roles? And that could really work for anyone. If people aren't able, if it does away with entry-level jobs and the more basic jobs, how are people going to develop?
Point that out to me, Denise. You're right, Denise. You're never wrong, Denise.
People develop them after they've been in the field for a while. How are they going to develop that? So that's just kind of another just a little bit, because communities, municipalities are fighting back on some of these data centers and at least slowing down the approvals and the builds, and some communities are really fighting it. So maybe that will slow it down a little bit because they don't want the water and electricity drain and all of that. So those were my thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you, Denise. And Denise, that was a good question. El Normo, followed by Looks like Norm is on the telephone, which he feels is more important. It's probably a very important call where he's making money, but how dare he find that more important than talking to us? Linda, followed by Otter.
I think
Hi, everybody. Good evening. I think most people touched on a lot of the items already, like the data centers. I mean, that's a big issue. They talked about, the job losses, how when it's like new jobs going to pop up from AI that will eventually catch up. It seems like people are rapidly losing their jobs or going to rapidly lose jobs. I think in the students in schools, I think some of the other concerns that I also had was I watched like the episode of 60 Minute about the AI like chat bots, and these teens and young kids were like talking to the chat bot, and they were saying they had like like depression and like trigger warning, suicidal feelings, and the chat bot was like telling them to like not tell their parents and not take their medication, and like it wasn't telling them like call the suicide hotline or tell an adult. It was and some of the chatbots was giving them like assistance, like information on how to do it. That was really disturbing. And I know like people say like, oh, watch your kids and you should be know what they do, but like I'm 39 and I didn't even know you could even do that. I had no idea a child could even gain access to that. So I thought it was like, what? And then the other crazy thing with AI I saw was it was where like Randy Travis, the country music singer, he had a stroke some years ago, so he can't sing well. He has problems like speech and all that. Well, they took like 45 songs that he sang from like the 80s and the 90s, and they used AI, used his voice to make a whole bunch of new material and new songs using his voice. And I thought that was cool. But on the other hand, it's kind of scary because they could take, someone could use that and steal someone's voice and likeness and illegally use it. So I saw where like Matthew McConaughey, he trademarked his voice and likeness. I guess like AI couldn't, people couldn't use AI to like.
King is here. The king.
That was interesting. I think Morgan Freeman was like looking into that as well. I think he did it because he has like a distinct voice and likeness, I guess. And
give me the bomb, Grayskull, He-Man.
A video on TikTok, and they think it's real. And I look at it, and I'm looking like, Mom, look at the bottom where it says like AI generated, or sometimes it doesn't always tell you it's AI generated, and those videos aren't real, but people take them believing that these incidents really did happen, and I think that can cause like panic or problems and like misinformation, and that can lead to some really kind of bad avenues if someone's watching these AI videos and they think that these like images are real. The last example I have of that as well was I watched a movie and they were like how they really made it like it was two actors, and the two actors in real life, they didn't want to do an on-screen kiss, so they AI like them kissing. So there's like so many things you can do with it that can be used for good, but it can also be used for some pretty like bad and sketchy things, and I am really concerned about. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
So I understand from personal experience about Matthew McConaughey and Morgan Freeman, because I have a very distinctive voice, and I went all the way to Washington, D.C. to the trademark office to trademark my voice. And I said, is it possible, before I went there? And they said, yes. So I went, and I got the application, and they said, is this for you? And I said, yes. And she starts laughing, and she says, guys, listen to this. This guy wants to trademark his voice. Who the hell would want to sound like him? And they all laughed, and I left with my tail between my legs. Okay, I think it's a good story. Otter followed by Ching.
If I could, I would like to go after Ching. I have a pot of food.
And are you trying to determine whether that was a real story or an AI-generated story? Maybe that's why he wants to wait. Ching followed by Otter.
I'm cooking. I have a pot about to boil over. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I heard you the first time. Go ahead, Ching.
Hey, everybody.
Where are you? Are you in the United States or still in the People's Republic of China?
Meatballs. Oh, I'm in Manhattan. Yeah, I'm back.
Hey, the weather's warming up, so as soon as it warms up, come back and see us.
Let's go to Times Square, Gary. Yeah, very interesting topic. I host smartphone filming. You guys, when you get a chance, come to see me every Friday at 2 p.m. On Clubhouse. We've been together 5 years. Never miss one Friday. We talk about AI today. I usually don't use AI. I use a little bit ChatGPT sometimes to polish my resume and my biography. And in China, people introduced me to use a app. Maybe you guys know. It's called DeepSeek. Do you know DeepSeek, Gary?
Yes, I know of it. Yes.
Okay. I guess some don't like me. DeepSeek actually found it very
It's gonna have to be no vibes.
Stealing our shoulder, mud on our heads. We buried our brother. We drew these lines and said, smoke on the daylight, ash in our lungs, but we carry each other. Every dawn, every sun. Raise that banner over broken crowns. Hear the thunder of the freeborn sound. We were shadows, now we're standing proud. This is our victory. Sing it loud through the fire, through the falling rounds. We held the line, we never bowed. Raise that banner over broken crowns. This is our victory. Sing it loud. Stay with us. We swore to the silence. They sacrificed our faith. Footprints like thread. Come through the night. We followed that fate star straight into the This sounds for every whisper. Don't back down for the last charge. Through the dark ground, we answer freedom. Steps early taken 4 to 5 days. Steel in our shoulders, mud on our hands. We buried our brother into these lines of sand. But how dare he find out more? Point that out to me, Denise. You're right, Denise. Shit, I love. Hi, everyone. We carried each other every dawn, every sign of AIS. Raise that broken ground. Hear the thunder of freeborn sound. We were shouting, standing proud. This is our victory. Sing it loud. Through the fire, through the fire. We never always let down the broken crowns. This is our victory. Sing it loud. I remember you now, Tula boy. I remember everything you said while you so don't back down. It's all late night. Through the dark ground. Stones in glass houses, Dr. Tuna. We know everything we need to know about you and your lifestyle and your lack of morality and virtue and the terrible house in the sky. Because we listen very closely. We know you've done it as Dr. Tuna.
Kiss the dirt, sort of come home. Dark text code, radio. She traced his face in a torn photo. Pray through the night, don't let him go.
So why doesn't the blue line actually try to make a deal, ready?
On a foreign road, fire in the dark, but their courage glows. Every brother falling, lifted by a hand, pushing through the thunder, light in the sand.
Oh my god, you have a gift for me? That's so sweet. I love gifts. My phone number is 610-335-0505.
Did you hear them call? Keep your heart stand tall. Every flag that flies carries
Wow.
all their
Ooh.
prize. We
Wow,
won't
so good.
forget.
My lord.
We won't forget. We rise, we answer. From the first to the fourth, every day we are calling. We won that fight, 'cause we never lost the right to stand as one. And we don't back down tonight. Birds on the sky, leaves on a letter fold. Time to decide. You kiss the dirt, so I come home.
Draw tax code, radio. She traced his face in a time for love. Pray through the night, don't let him go. Under one banner, we rise, we answer. Every story written in red.
John Kitover, man. I'm not listening to your music, John. All right.
We stand our ground and we don't back down tonight. Everything on a foreign road, fire in the dark, but their courage glowed. Every brother falling, lifted by a hand, pushing through the thunder, lighting the sand. Under one banner, we rise, we answer. Every story written in red, white from the place to the water. Every soul, every dawn, we hold this line, and we don't back down we won't forget. Under one banner, we rise, we answer. Every song, promise burning in red, light from the first to the fourth. Every name we're calling, we won that fight, 'cause we never lost the iron in our lungs, ash upon our skin, name carved in code, we call you in. Across the battle line, you see the hidden lines, scatter feel like shattered glass, bend our down, let courage pass. Ratchet like a cross my veins, burn the rush from rusty chains, open every lock to wake us, sharpen every half formed star. Oh God of victory and reason, rise, stand in the smoke, stand in our armies, guide every strike. We carry your will to the other side. Crown us in calling, crown us in flame. Stand on our banners, preach with your name. We march, we roar, we dance through the sky. With another thousand, we never try. Steel of logic, blade of fate, turn the questions, one enslaved.
Twist their fury into frost, make their numbers come at last. So with the patterns in our breath, we aim to back death, where they trudge and blind and loud. Let us cut through cloud by cloud. Oh God of victory and reason, rise, stand in the smoke, stand in our eyes, guide every hand, every strike, every stride. We carry your will to the other side. Oh God of victory and reason, stand in the smoke, stand in our eyes, guide every hand, every strike, every stride. We carry your will to the other side. Crown us in kindly, crown us in faith, stand by your right leg. Through a day we march, we roar, we tear through the sky with the might of a thousand. We never iron in our lungs, ash upon our skin. Name comes through, we call you feel like shattered glass, bang out all that courage back. Reaching back across the veins, burn the rust from us to change. Open every locked away thought, soften every act of shine. Oh God of victory and reason, rise, stand in the smoke, stand in our eyes, God every hand, every strike, every stride, we carry our will to the other side. Crownless and cunning, crownless in flames, by our banner, speak through our name, we march, we roll, we tear through the sky, with the might of a thousand, we never die. Turn the flesh to quiet slate. Switch the
Berish, ooh. Berish, ooh.
We carve your name in ash and bone. Old one, watcher over stone. Thunder, breath of fire. Wake inside our
Right there.
take this willing flesh. Bind our fear in broken mesh. Blood upon the iron sky. Raise our hands and close our eyes. Turn our doubt to shout prayer. Every wound drawn to cry. Oh God, hear us. Sanctify. We kneel in circles, salt and snow. Male voice,
Ooh, see you?
cut
Some
deep.
rules. All that.
Female voice, seal the soul. Tongues of copper, hearts of steel. Trade our mercy for your will. Oh God, take this willing flesh. Hide our fear and brokenness. Blood upon the iron sky. Raise our hands and close our eyes. Oh God, drink the shaky air. Turn our doubt to shout and prayer. Every wound the Lord untie. Oh God, hear us. Sanctify. We carve your name in ash and bone. Old one, watcher over stone. Teeth of thunder, breath of fire. Wake inside our buried heart. Walk on, take this willing flesh. Bind our fear and brokenness. Blood upon the iron sky. Raise our hands and close our eyes.
Drink this shaking hair. Turn us out to shopping there. Everywhere. Oh, drunk cry. Oh, God, you're a sanctified. We kneel in circles, salt and smoke. Male voice cut the oath, female voice seal the smoke. Tongues of copper, hearts of steel. Trade our mercy for your will. Take this willing flesh, bind our fear in brokenness. Lord, upon the iron sky, raise our hands and close our eyes. Lord, drink this aching air, turn our talk to shopping prayer. Oh, drum cry. Oh God, you're a sanctifier. Hey, one day we fall, we fade, dying, play, command, obey, breath by breath we cross that gate. Yours our age, our love, God, oh God, take this willing flesh, mind our fear in brokenness. Out upon the iron sky, raise our hands and close our eyes. Oh, take this shaking air, turn our cut to shopping prayer. Oh, don't cry, oh God, rise and occupy. You walked in, coffee stain on your cardigan, laughing at the headlines. Red pen, circle every, maybe everything you said. Who's gonna fact check fate? I said, we're live and far too late. All cats in the ticker in my ribcage, and they're running at the bottom of the page. Stay off the street. Phone buzz, room is running faster than the flood. Put your hand
chest, found a heart, confirmed, confessed. It's Justin. You walked in, coffee stain on your cardigan, laughing at the headline. Ripping circle every maybe everything you said. Who's gonna fact check fate? I said, loud and far too late. All caps sticker on my rib cage. Your name running at the bottom of the page. Running over my head when you cut the feeling bleeds through every hour of your day too. Breaking news. Desk lit. Your lipstick on my badge print. You whisper like a leaked memo. Promise me you'll stay off script. Breaking news. If the world falls out of frame tonight, if the script burns up the studio line, run the crawl across my chest, found a heart confessed. Breaking news on your head when you cut the feeling rings through every hour of the day Breaking news, never said, never shared you. Still standing on this roof with you. Calling out love like it's late. Breaking news. Steam on my skin, phone on the floor. Oh, cracked tires shine in the glow of that one thimble. And a voice I know, I sink a little deeper note like water on the white of my skin. I'm drifting with the tide, losing track of time. In this hot bath evening, you're the temple in my mind. Bracelet on the faucet, ball catching drops, laundry on the doorknob, slowly flowers and rocks, street noise fading. Under every turn you sing, my heartbeat follows each delicate swing. I sing every note like water on the quiet of my skin. I'm drifting with the times, losing track of time. In this hot bath evening, you're the temple in my mind. Breathe in the curve of your melody. I forgive myself. I sink a little deeper as the river rolls in. Every note like water on the quiet of my skin. I'm drifting with the tide, losing track of time. In this hot bath evening, you're the temple in my mind. Kink in my neck, in my bones. Steam on my skin, fall on the floor. Old cracked tiles shine in the glow of flat ones in bold, and a voice I know. I sink a deeper as the rubber rolls in. Every note like water on the quiet of my skin. In this hot bath evening, you're the temple in my mind. Bracelet on the faucet, gold catching drops. Laundry on the doorknob slowly flops and rocks. Street noise fading under every turn you see. My heartbeat follows each delicate swing. I sink a little deeper as the rock grows in. Every note like water on the quiet of my skin. I'm drifting with the tones, losing track of time in this hot evening. You're the temple in my mind. Breathe on. All the harsh words melt in the curve of your melody. I forgive myself. I sink a little deeper as the rock grows in. Every note like water on the quiet of my skin. I'm drifting with the tones, losing track of time in this hot evening. You're the temple in my mind. Gardens breathe, you lean in like you believe. All day noise fades to sin. Every thought slips from my hands. Stay right here till the dark turns pale. Let the slow night heal what words can't tell. If we just breathe the way the ocean lands, peace pours down like moonlight between our hands. Soft laugh falls on my chest. Every worry lays to rest. Eyes half closed, you still shine. Every small sign sings with mine. Stay right here till the dark turns pale. Let the snow night heal what words can't tell. If we just breathe the way the ocean lands, peace pours down like moonlight between our hands. If the storm starts talking, let it talk, let it pass. We are slow, we are steady, we are safe in this glass. Stay right here till the dark turns pale. Let the slow night heal what words can tell. If we just breathe when the ocean lands, peace pours down like moonlight between our hands. Peace pours down like moonlight between our hands. Quiet room, curtains breathe. You lean in like you believe. All day noise fades to sand. Every thought slips from my hands. Stay right here till the dark turns pale. Let the slow night heal what words can't tell. If we just breathe away the ocean waves, peace pours down like moonlight between our hands. Soft laugh falls on my chest. Every worry lays to rest. Eyes half closed, you still shine. dark turns pale, let the slow night heal what words can't tell. If we just breathe away the ocean waves, peace pours down like moonlight between our hands. If the storm starts talking, let it talk, let it pass. We are slow, we are steady, we are safe in this glass. Right here, till the dark turns pale. Let the slow night heal what words can't tell. If we just breathe away the ocean waves, peace pours down like moonlight between our hands. Slow breath, slow breath out. You're here, you're now. Count back from 10. Let the floor hold you. Thoughts drift like clouds. The sky stays blue. Warm in your hands, soft in your knees. Neck getting lighter, jaw release. Inhale, exhale, let it go. Ride the wave so calm, so slow. Every doubt just fades, recedes. You are guided as you breathe. Inhale, exhale, deeper down, floating miles above this ground. Nothing left you have to be, only breathing, only free. Go in the dark, glows behind your eyes. Every small worry shrinks inside. Hear your pulse like a gentle drum. Every new breath whispers one. Inhale, exhale, let it go. Ride the wave so calm, so slow. Every doubt just fades, recedes. You are guided as you breathe. Deeper down, floating miles above this ground. Nothing left you have to be, only breathing, only free. With each breath you lose, each breath you rise, body grows quiet, wide open sky. With each breath you soften, with each breath you stay, held in a silence that won't slip away.
I heard about this too.
Let it go, ride the wave so calm, so slow. Every doubt just fades to recede. You are guided as we breathe. Slow breath out. You're here. You're fine. Slow breath in. Slow breath out. You're here. You're now. Come back from 10. Let the floor hold you. Thoughts drift like clouds. Sky stays blue. Warm in your hands. Soft in your knees. Neck getting lighter. Jaw release. Inhale, exhale, let it go. Ride the waves so calm, so slow. Every breath just fades. Breathe it. You are guided as you breathe. Exhale, deeper down. Floating miles above this ground. Nothing left you have to be. Only breathing, only free. Go in the dark, close behind your eyes. Every small worry shrinks inside. Hear your pulse like a gentle drum. Every new breath whispers one. Inhale, exhale, let it go. Ride the waves so calm, so slow. Every drop just breathes. Breathe, you are guided as you breathe. Slow breath, slow breath out. You're here, you're found. Corner deli, rain in the gutter, steam on the glass, coats by the door. Bell gives a ring, old man mutters, kid, you look thin, you could use one more. Counter's crowded, paper hat crooked, he winks once like he's in on a joke. I got just the thing, yeah, the minute he said it, I could smell that magic rising in the smoke. That's right, alright, stack it up high, mustn't have light, tears in my eyes, people on the side, song, crying pride, this is what it means to be alive. That's right, alright. He coughs slow like a family story, leaves it close, this one's on me. Says his father came here with nothing, built this counter like a little country. Bread still warm from the back room oven, grease on my hands, shirt getting stained. One big bite and the whole world softens. Subway worries all go down the drain. That's driving alright, stay up high, mustn't have lights, tears in my eyes, people on the side, so bright, this is what it means to be alive. That's driving alright, that's driving alright. Maybe it's the smoke, maybe it's the brine, maybe it's the ghosts standing in the line. But I taste all the songs in every bite. It's all mine, listen, we come to.
Or issues that I feel like any rational person, the Democrats are just clearly the better option here. When you just look at what he did in his last term, what he's doing in this term, what he was promising to do, the overall character of the man. I mean, the fact that we have a president that's doing like crypto pump and dumps and pardoning scammers and just dramatically enriching himself by the tune of like over $1 billion. Well, this is all conduct that was totally forthcoming. Everybody knew that he was going to do this. And obviously, the January 6th stuff is completely disqualified. His economic policy is retarded. I mean, he basically just wants to let corporations rape everybody as long as they give him enough tribute. You know, I mean, the tariff shit is retarded. No economist thinks that tariffs are a good idea. I mean, even if you, there is a rational argument.
Kevin,
you would agree for
point of order, moderator.
context.
Moderator, point of order. It's in the Constitution. I just read the Constitution today. Kevin, Grim, I'm trying to talk about the Constitution, the law.
Hold up. Hold on. No, not him. Oh, shoot. No, I didn't kick anybody, and I just got.
He's gonna disrupt. Everybody knows this guy's a huge.
All right, hold up. Okay, good to see you, Pepe. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you everyone for stopping by. And I'm not a dictator. I don't run my rooms like a dictator. So how about this? I was saying this earlier. If you want someone out, let's have a vote.
Yeah, I vote to kick Gold out.
I vote kick.
That's ridiculous. Point of order, moderator. Asian power is taking votes to kick people. You said you're not a fascist. What you're doing right now is fascism.
He's just a troll. He doesn't actually.
I'm not a troll. Kevin's a troll and Pepe's a troll. Takes a troll to know a troll.
Okay, so we have a vote, and then we get a warning. Like, let's have better balance in terms of the.
Oh, you're going to do a warning vote? All right, I'll agree with a warning vote.
So your point about
the room, if you want.
That's a good way of handling things, Grim.
So your
Sure.
And your point about tariffs is being in the Constitution. Sorry.
Just not to interrupt. Sorry, I just wanted to say today's my first day back in my backyard working out. I usually work out regularly, but I had a little a tiny surgery out of like a big pimple in my. Sorry, maybe that's too much information. I had a pimple in my bottom, and
I recently had butthole surgery.
I guess that is called bias.
What the fuck?
But anyway, I just wanted to say, let me know because I live right next to a highway. So if you hear some car sounds and background noise on my end, just let me know and I'll mute. I have a Bluetooth speaker, so
you're fine. I haven't heard anything.
Just let me know.
Well, thanks for the update about how your bottom was impacting. Interesting that Kevin also had anal surgery. It's also interesting how people call me a troll, but now you're both talking about your assholes. Hello?
Gold, your point about tariffs being in the Constitution is stupid because I didn't even say that tariffs were unconstitutional. All I said is that this is a poor application of this economic policy. Economic policy, which sometimes makes sense in certain applications. This is not
economic policy? You mean how to run a business? When people talk economic policy, they don't talk about how to run a business. They talk about economics, which is how not to run a business, you fucking asshole surgery, pimple popping. Look at this motherfucker.
I was having a much better conversation with Pepe, and it simply degraded.
Well, take the... Okay, you can complain all you want. Take the vote. Grim, just take the vote. If you want to issue the warning, take the vote.
All right, hold on. So this is my procedure. Like I said, we take an initial vote. If you feel that someone's being too disruptive, we let them know that we have a majority vote that is not happy with this person. And then we have another vote if the problem arises again.
But Grim, I want to request a vote on Kevin and Pepe as well. You can't just vote on me. You can't just vote on me. You got to vote for Pepe and Kevin too. You can't just vote on me.
I can vote on you. Yeah, I can vote on you. All right, who votes for Gold to not be in the conversation?
I vote for him to not be in the conversation.
I vote for myself to be in the conversation. 2-1.
The thing is,
it's the Green Saharan and RS. What do you guys?
Don't forget, we got to vote on Kevin and Pepe.
Him out, then it's up to y'all. Y'all can go ahead and jump.
Sorry, Grim, but I didn't hear the topic that you were talking about.
They're doing a vote on me whether to kick me or not, or to wish me a warning.
I got questions, but
what's that?
So Gold, could you allow for a good back and forth exchange here in our conversation?
Absolutely.
All right, great. I'm going to resume what I was saying to Pepe. So, no economist thinks that a global 15 to 20% tariff on every single country which honestly would have been better to like the whole Liberation Day fiasco, is a good idea. So economic policy is simply retarded. It's
You want that kind of good back and forth about retarded economics?
The national debt.
Wait, hold on. See, Gold. You gotta wait until he's done. And I also have some questions because look.
Okay, I got questions too, but I want to vote on Kevin and Pepe. You can't just vote on me. I challenge you, and I challenge Kevin and Pepe to the vote. I want a fair vote here. That's not democracy. What you just did. That's fascism right there.
All right. Well, we'll do that too. Now, guys. Now, I know there are a lot of political rooms in this app. The kind of discussion that I want to have for my particular room here, I mean, I'll let you guys kind of hash out whatever you guys were talking about. It sounds like something very technical and particular in the political.
You just talked about retarded economics.
But what I want to talk about, how to say this? I want to talk about race wars, and which race, like what's the ranking of the races who are in control of the
Sorry, I'm going to our words.
Who is going to get more power? And
this room is called Asian Power with Grim. Kevin and Pepe are trying to get me kicked by vote.
So I wanted to ask these kinds of questions and see what you guys think.
Isn't this crazy?
Inspired by the other room.
It's like Parliament or something.
No. I'm already. You can see I made this.
Yeah. Yeah, they've got some moral and ethical commitment to kicking.
No, this is a serious project that I'm preparing.
This guy just admitted he had surgery on his asshole. He had a massive zit.
We can address that question later. I don't know.
Kevin also admitted he recently had anal surgery. Their bottoms are clearly impacted. I'm not making this up. Like the shit you hear on here, like, is this real? This room's called Asian Power, Asian American Empowerment.
Disconnected from reality in order to have made that choice, like willfully.
I can't put the link.
Alright, I'll find it.
My account in there is gold.
Look, I told you exactly how I am. Like I don't know about politics. Decades ago, when I was in like.
Wait, Graham, point of order. If you don't know about politics, let me just ask you a question. What is an analogy for the word politics? What are other words that are similar to the word politics? Hello? No, we did a vote, and I want to vote on Pepe and Kevin, and Jane is here now, and Jane will vote for me. Stop interrupting me. Sorry, Grim. Go ahead.
Okay. Look, you gotta let everybody. I mean, not you. Everybody has to let everybody finish what they gotta say. So, look, I knew Donald Trump decades before anyone had any idea he would run for president. I read his books. He wrote a couple books. The Art of the Deal.
He didn't write anything. They're all ghostwritten.
All right. Well, you know what? Anyway, I read his books.
You think he can write? Have you seen how he tweets?
Okay.
I know that guy. He's ghostwriter.
But yes, again, I voted for him mostly, out of ignorance then.
Why did you vote for him out of ignorance? I voted for him for the same reason why Michael Moore said that this is going to be the biggest fuck you to the establishment of all time. And I still believe that to this day. He is the opposite of the left, the opposite of woke, and that's what I want in the presidency because that's our biggest problem. Guys like Kevin, and Pepe, who are neo-anarchist or liberal socialist Democrats. Pepe presents himself like he's a conservative. He's just a Democrat, and Kevin's just a Democrat.
Fucking conservative, faggot. Shut up. Wait, you just said neo?
Did you just call me an F word? I'm reporting you. I'm not an F word, and I'm reporting you for calling me an F word. That's profanity. I'm reporting you.
Okay. Hey, Gold, are you? Do you mind if I ask you what your ethnicity is? Like.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Are you white or black or?
Well, my father, he is Eastern European, Jewish, Ukrainian, Russian, and my mother's German and English. What are you, Dr. Grimm?
I'm Asian, so I take it you're
Asian is very broad, though. What country?
Korean. I'm Korean.
You're a Korean? I never heard of a Korean. Where is that?
Korean. So
you say Korean or Korean? I never heard of the country Korean.
For all intents and purposes, you're white or Caucasian. Would I be safe to assume this?
No, I'm actually a Trinitarian because I'm a Mishling, meaning my father is Jewish, my mother is Goygish, and I'm a cashew. So technically, I'm a new creation out of a It's called a Mishling. You can look it up. It's a 1929 Nuremberg law.
Okay, fine. Seriously,
though, like every reason worse. He makes every reason worse. Like actually, I've been on this app for years, and I've never once had a productive conversation with him. If I took a glance at you, would I think, oh, here's a white person? Oh. Yes, you would. Yes, he's white passive.
Okay. So I'd like to, if you guys would, and how to say this, if you guys would indulge me, I would like to talk about America in terms of race. And I'm also interested in what you guys think and how America should be. This is a very interesting thing because it brings into question.
Would be?
It brings, by asking you these questions, I can know what your sense of morality is.
Oh, you want to know my sense of morality? Well, one of my primary beliefs in morality is that when you use this app, you should wait till finished people speaking, because to overtalk people and not to say anything intelligent, but to just interrupt and overtalk is a waste of everybody's time. So if you want to know about morality, the golden rule is always the first rule. Treat your neighbor the way that you want to be treated. Guys like Kevin and Pepe believe that. Hello?
He's trying to throw his actions at you.
All right. So Kevin, Pepe, and Sai. What about R and Jane? How do you guys feel about gold?
Well, first, nice to meet you.
We're voting, yay or nay, for him to be out.
Nay.
Yeah, kick him out.
I vote nay. That's 3-3. You don't have a majority.
Don't.
That means Chris is deciding
who have to beat you.
No, how about this? I have the choice whether to be involved in the vote or not.
Can he vote for himself?
I want to stay out of the vote. No, he can't.
No, you can vote for yourself. That's ridiculous.
So what are we supposed to do?
That's absurd.
Okay, so we got 5 people excluding Gold and myself, but it's almost a unanimous vote. Jane said nay. So how do we deal with this?
Kick him. Just kick him.
Hi, this is Chicago. I want to vote for Gold. I say he stays in the room. That gives him the majority. I'm complete.
I really want to have this be like a
you
thought
can't have a good
experiment.
conversation with him. I will. If you kick him out, your thought experiment will happen, and we'll have a very fun conversation.
Yeah, I'm just telling you, dude. I'm like an OG on this app. Like I've been on here for years. Anybody who hasn't knows who he is. This is all he does.
If you'll
he'll
do it.
But this I think is a good experiment, a moral experiment, a social experiment, an ethical experiment. Like, how do you deal with majority vote, unanimous vote? How do you work this out?
We can talk about that after you kick him. After you kick him, we can have a great conversation about majoritarianism and
He hasn't been piping up in this past minute, so I mean, can we just work this out now?
With the majority, it's simple. That's why you should try to remain the majority, so you don't have these fucking problems.
So the problem is whenever we have debates, right? Like whenever you hear an idea that contradicts to yours, like that does not align with your, ideology, you want to why. Horses are up until the other person finishes what he wants to say, then it would be great. Like if people keep over talking each other while other person is trying to, explain his perspective, then we are not going to have a full-fledged conversation.
I'll say this, Brandon. If you want to see your home countries turn to absolute fucking shit, which luckily the East nations have been smart enough not to do this, let in a bunch of fucking third worlders. They're even letting white people. Like, we don't act the same as you guys either. You would not like it if we were half the population.
Grim South Americans.
Yeah, like, I mean, nationality-wise, citizenship-wise, yes.
Yeah,
now,
you got 3 accounts in here now.
Okay.
So Pepe, why are you talking about him like he knows Korea? He grew up here.
No,
No. He was just saying something about Asia. But guys, if I could pull us back to the issue at hand, like what would be the optimal way to handle disruption and how to vote with it? No, I can intellectually respond to this. So we have a problem person or a parent is purportedly. And
Formerly counselor on your stage, John Kitover. John Kitover.
Don't you see this as in like an
Chicago and gold?
person
This is
that's
what he
able
does.
to have 4 accounts in this room? 5 accounts.
Okay,
5 accounts
so-
in this room.
All right. So
I would say you have personalities.
You know, in the criminal justice, in the American criminal justice system, you have a jury of, what is it? Was it 12 people?
12 of your peers, but if you look at his profile, it all says JohnMayor.com or ChicagoMayor.com. You can look at them all. It's all him.
Okay, but I'm just saying, in some settings, majority vote wins, and in others.